버리고 나기도 하지 자존심 때문에 노력했지 이 거리에서 우리 만났었지 잠마다 남의 쓸쓸히의 주인 살것이야 맛있게 놓쳤지 돈이 문제라면 돈은 벌어야지 어떻게 또 내 주머니 속에 들어오자 사실은 마침 7시 주위소 나 서있어 날마다 문제가 커지고 약하는 가는 내 상처는 버리고 If you wanna struggle and you wanna live it now 어떻게 동시에 하라고 가난하고 feeling like Truman I got my own show 잔인한 everyday 바라봐도 계속 아파요 오늘 왜 안 gonna go So many times I thought I found my way back 난 아직 준비 안 했어 that's a fact yeah 네 말대로 나 움직여 like I don't wanna morning on 어차피 잠도 안 올 걸 I'm out of it 난 봐 how I miss that 하지 말라고 고백 born and ready let's go back I'm out of it 난 봐 how I miss that 하지 말라고 고백 born and ready let's go back I'm out of it 하지 말라고 고백 born and ready let's go I'm out of it 하지 말라고 고백 born and ready let's I'm out of go 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 go
Low key, I'm ready to start this thing. I'm just vibing to this music because this is good.
So many times I thought I found my way back.
Shit is ballin'.
난 아직 준비 안 됐어, that's a fact, yeah. 네 말대로 나 움직여 like I don't wanna morning on 어차피 잠도 안 올 걸. 잠이 올 때가 왔지. Sleep is for weak, 어머님이.
Alright. Let's get this going. Let's start a new game. I did play just a little bit of this. Just to get the basics of the game going. In cloying darkness, you writhe. You cling to life by the tips of your fingers. Something takes shape in the emptiness, contours of flesh tracing along familiar lines. A withered old woman's face floating before your own. When she speaks, she has the rasping voice of a raven. Who are you? A swordsmith? A survivor? A saint? So, this is kind of where you get the opportunity to choose your gender. Which they do have a gender neutral option, so for those of you who prefer a gender neutral addressment, that's a choice. I prefer to go by he, him pronouns, so I'm a dying man. Wrong, it is not yet your time. The sundering claimed untold lives, yet you endured when so many around you perished. I suppose I should actually go to the overlay so that you guys can see what I'm seeing, huh? That's my fault. So, what we are going to do, actually, is we are going to go back to the main menu, hit new game again. Here we go. In cloying darkness, you writhe, you cling to life by the tips of your fingers. Something takes shape in the emptiness, contours of flesh tracing along familiar lines. A withered old woman's face floating before your own. When she speaks, she has the rasping voice of a raven. Who are you? A swordsmith or survivor? A saint? This is what I was talking about. There's an option in here for you to pick your gender, and there is the gender neutral option. But I'm a dying man. Wrong. It is not yet your time. The sundering claimed untold lives, yet you endured when so many around you perished. What did you do to survive? So now we get to choose some extra base stats. This background grants +3 toughness. Okay, so mercenary. I joined a band of sellswords, forging the blades used in our butchery. When the last of them died in battle, it was time for me to start over. This background grants +3 toughness and may open unique dialogue. Okay. Leader. We built a settlement at Osterhall. I was their smith and their spokesman. For many years, I was held out. For many years, we held out. One by one, I buried them all. +3 diplomacy. I plied my trade from settlement to settlement, gathering hard-won knowledge about a word that is falling apart. A world that's falling apart. +3 knowledge. And a slave. I was too useful to kill. I traded back and forth as a prize between warlords who kept me chained to forge. When I saw my chance, I escaped. And that's +3 finesse for that one. Hope that annoyed somebody. So we could kind of do whatever we want here. We could kind of pick. And I'm not sold that I know which one I want to go with. Last time I went with the Wanderer, which is +3 knowledge, which didn't seem to help a ton. Let's try Mercenary this time. A cold hand touches your brow. Water cools your burning throat. It appears that my Corona sign, which maybe someday I'll let you guys see, was a little too dim, or a little too bright. You kept something through all your hardships. A keepsake from a better time. What is it? An artisan's toolkit, which is for creative playstyle and grants a bundle of feathers and pigments for creative freedom early on. A family heirloom. For story-focused playstyle, grants a unique family heirloom passed down through prior generations of lineage. And a bottle of old world spirit. For an optimization. Focused playstyle grants a bottle of precious liquor to boost your progress. Let's go with the family heirloom. I'm not really so. Optimization. So is that supposed to be like? All right. So this is where I'm maybe a little confused. Is that like you get to optimize the processes faster? Like you progress through the levels quicker? Is that what that's supposed to mean? Let's try it. Let's find out. I got a pretty good judge for how quickly I went through levels the last time, so let's see how it goes now. The fire is burning itself out, leaving you a damp shadow of your old self. You claw blindly in the darkness until more water is tipped down your throat. What do you believe in? Now the voices have abandoned this world. So we get to choose what we believe in. Ambition. Humanity can rise above the voices if we learn their secrets. Small thing, continuities. I believe in small things. Bread rising, seasons turning, children growing. Freedom. We're better off without the voices. Humans can adapt to anything. Compassion. Every small kindness is an act of defiance in a world without pity. Or nothing. Nothing matters anymore. There's peace in accepting that. Let's go with freedom. Defiant to the end. You shake your fist all you like, mortal, but you can't stop what's coming. I'll leave you with one final question, and I don't expect an answer. What will fill the silence the voices left behind? As the old woman's face retreats into inky blackness, sparks flicker into life behind her, one by one, a field of stars burning with a sickly pale light. Like seeds taking root, they twist and expand, their tendrils branching and burrowing through the darkness until they've strangled it with light. Now wake, Smith. You still have a part to play in humanity's final act. Day 1. Your eyes flutter as you regain consciousness. You're faintly surprised to find yourself alive. Either death did not come for you, or when it did, it found you unyielding. You sit up gasping sweat, drenched, the fever is broken. Get your bearings, catalog your meeting supplies. Catalog will be done. Most of your rations are gone. Your horse was already dying when the fever took you. Its body nowhere to be seen. By now it's likely soup. Let's get our bearings. You're in a tent. There's no sign of your caretaker apart from half a water pail and a damp cloth on your brow. You look out of the tent glass, squinting against the sunlight. Outside, as far as the eye can see, stretches a chaotic sprawl of tents and shelters turned to mud and shallow graves. There we go. I was starting to think that maybe the music was a little too loud. Maybe that's better. Okay, there we go. Outside, as far as the eyes can see, stretches a chaotic sprawl of tents and shelters, turned mud, shallow graves, it all comes flooding back. A lifetime of being thrown from one battle to another, watching your comrades cut down the prime, whittled from a full company to a handful of shadows. You've had enough. It was a long journey to Eren Keep, lost and despaired. Your last memories are sliding through your dying horse. Your numb legs tracking burrows in the mud as somebody dragged you to shelter with a hoop. Outside the tent is a crude field forge, complete with anvil. Did you crawl here in a daze? Or did your mysterious caretaker bring you here? Either way, the anvil leads you to feel your home. You should see if anyone in the camp is selling steel to use in this forge. It seems to have been abandoned for some time, lacking anyone to skilled to work it, but it won't require much effort to get running again. Tonight you'll head to the gates and try to secure entry to Eren Keep, but not yet, you're still weak from fever, but if you want to eat, you'll need to make some home. For now, you ply your trade as best you can in this desperate place. By the looks of it, Hunting here will be in need of a sword. I should head to the outer gate at sundown and try to gain entry to Eren Keep. Okay. This is our little thank you note for joining the playtest, so let's get this tutorial started. Okay. People will come to you with missions. You choose which missions to take on. Commissions refresh daily. Select the highlighted ones to receive which mission. Oh, and when you accept the missions, you prepare a billet for your sword. Preparing that billet costs action points. Action points are banished daily. Preparing this billet also costs. Your first customer is a gaunt man in a tattered cloak. He approaches you, noticing the anvil outside your tent. You, a blacksmith, can you make a sword? I've got the coin for it, just make sure it's good and long. I don't like my enemies to be in hugging distance, if you get my meaning. Sure thing, Chief. So you can use the mouse wheel to move in and out. You can use right mouse to rotate, and then you can hold the mouse wheel to move left and right. Go ahead and change the length of this sucker. So it's even got like a rhythm thing. hit in rhythm, make more progress. And now it's not letting me go any further because it thinks I've met the length, even though I usually like to go a little longer. But now we can change the thickness. Now we can put a point on this thing. And the cross section. So I guess you're supposed to pay attention to this thing. As you notice, it gives you the cross section of the sword as you go up and down, which is kind of neat. So now they want us to put a handle on this thing. I like this one. I don't know, looks fitting. Put this one on it, because why not? Now you can use the buttons down here at the bottom to change how this thing kind of looks. Looks too big. Oh, it's not going to let us change that yet. Okay. Yeah, it's really not letting you do much of anything with anything right now. Just make a semi-simple sword cut. Offer this to Owen. The man takes the sword and jabs it at his shadow experimentally. A slow grin crosses his face. This should do the trick. Thank you, Smith. Here's your payment. We get 50 XP and $40. Accept his offer. Congratulations on finishing your first sword. Another customer waits. Word is already spreading around the camp about a new smith. Your next customer is a wary-looking man with a bald pate, his hollow eyes darting back and forth. I heard you came down with the wasting fever. Lucky to be alive, you are. Any way you can modify this sword for me? I scavenged it from the ruins, but it hasn't got enough of a point to it. I want something I can stab into a thief's belly if I need to. He hands you the sword with a sharp edge but a rounded tip. As you hold it into the light, he leans forward conspiratorially. I've only had this blade 3 days and I've felt people's jealous eyes on it. If they come forward in the night, I want to be able to give them a short, sharp stab. Except Forge, he just wants a point, so we can pretty much... Okay, it's giving us the, okay. It's not letting us do anything with that, so let's just extend it out a little bit. A little more, maybe. Leather. That's all he wanted. He just wanted us to put a point on the thing. Which, I don't know if that's pointier than I like my swords, but I'm gonna find that that's the way this game kind of goes. The man takes his sword and tests a point, smiling at the bead of blood that wells at his fingertip. Then he stows it away, glancing around the camp as he does so. Folks out here will take everything from you if you ain't vigilant. Keep an eye out, Smith. He scurries away, his back hunched as though against a non-existent downpour. Accept the offer. Now we have scraps. So, salvaging turns scrap items into useful resources, so we can just hover over something and press F and it'll scrap it. And then this is the button we use to end the day. I'm kind of rushing through the rest of that tutorial. Oh, I never paid attention to that before. It actually takes a little bit of money to have daily upkeep. Interesting. Head to the outer gate. Passage into Eren Keep is barred by a colossal gate taller than a ship's mast. It was built to withstand enemy armies, but since the Mast King's ascension, it mainly keeps out desperate masses seeking its protection. Examine the magical barrier. It's only visible in the half-light of dawn or when it pours with rain, a faint shimmer that rises from the walls and captures Eren Keep in a vast dome. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, but the Mast King is somehow the key to its power. The barrier is why so many travel so far to camp outside these walls. This is the reason you came here. Braving countless dangers, this barrier keeps the dangers of the wasteland at bay. As you approach, the portcullis rises to admit a caravan, and chaos breaks out. The crowd swells like a rising tide. Refugees push forward, begging for entry, and guards batter them back with their shields. The merchant wagons barrel through, their drivers using horsewhips and lash stragglers out of the way. Let's try sneaking through the wagons. You don't get far before a guard grabs you by the shoulder and flings you down into the churned mud. Not on my watch. He gazes down at you like a fisherman disappointed with his catch. Bribe him, maybe? What good is your coin if the Mast King has me drawn and quartered as an example to the others? If you ain't a citizen and don't have a worker's permit, I can't let you through. Simple. Now get out of here, applicant. Applicant. That's just a euphemism the guards use to refer to the desperate hordes camping outside their gate. It has a nicer ring, you suppose, than refugee. Okay, I have useful skills. Every applicant who comes here begging is a doctor or a master glassmaker or a damned alchemist. You think I was born yesterday? How do you expect... If you're a smith, then prove it. How do you expect me to do that? I can show you a sword I made. If you just come with me, I'll demonstrate my skills. Sure, why not? You think I can just leave my post like that? Buzz off, little fly. I should keep forging swords until I've built up enough renown for the guards to let me through. Works for me. You return to your tent where your makeshift forge awaits. You're hardly at your best working with such limited materials, but it's all you have for the time being. Well, I guess that is what it is then, huh? Hooray, we finished the tutorial. Okay. He's got a broken sword that we need to fix. So I guess this isn't really explained in the tutorial. And I wish it was a little bit better. But it's clear to me that this is how many action points it costs to perform this task. And this is how much steel it's going to cost to perform this task. And so we have our steel here, and we have our wood here, and this is our money, our action points, and our leather. So, the other thing that's not really super explained is jobs with the cross swords means that it's a new sword that you need to make. Jobs with the single sword that looks all chipped and battered are just a repair job. Which you can do a lot of repair jobs for the cost of no steel. It costs you no steel. But it also doesn't usually pay very much except for an experience. Some of these other ones, holy crap. Some of these other ones pay some ridiculous experience. Let's see about this one. Broad-shouldered young man approaches your anvil. Although his ribs are visible through his skin and tattered clothes, he's still noticeably more hale than most of your neighbors. I need a proper weaponsmith, something that shows I'm serious about keeping order in this camp. Proper weapon? What do you think I usually make? Toys? I'm curious what he means by order. He glances around and then lowers his voice. I've worked it out, you see. Eren's Keep is not just stranding us out here without reason. They're testing us, seeing who's the best among us. If a monster attack or a riot breaks out at the gate, I want a sword at my hand so I can leap into action and help the guards. If I impress them, I reckon I've a solid chance of gaining a place in the keep. What kind of trouble are you expecting? The only riots I'm aware of are hungry people pleading at the gates. Would you join the guards in quelling them? Oh, what kind of trouble? You never know when the camp folk might get restless. Start making demands, causing riots, making the guards' lives difficult. Someone's got to step in when it gets out of hand. The only riots I'm aware of are hungry people pleading at the gates. I'd rather not piss him off. What do you need? I don't know much about swords. Something weighty and impressive. Weighty and impressive. So he wants high impact and high sharpness. Which is easier said than done. Okay. Might be able to do something here. He wants a lot of it made out of wood. And he wants it to be two-handed. Okay. Alrighty. Change the length. Is that long enough for him? I suppose it's gonna have to be, huh? Let's change the thickness, but not a ton. There we go. Just change the width. Basically going to be making like a claymore here. Oh, the weight's already insane. Okay, it's sharp, it's heavy. That's all he needs. Doesn't even need to have a point. Okay, it does need to have a point because it would be it would be kind of pointless not to have one. Something like that, sure, why not? Looks like magic's to me. It's everything he asked for so far. One of these maybe? Two-handed and there's plenty of wood. Let's go ahead and put a big ol' frickin' guard on this thing. Yeah, that looks about right. And I don't know, this one? This one? Maybe. Pretty sweet if we could make this bigger. No, let's go with this one, huh? Looks like a big two-handed claymore. Seems to fulfill everything that he's looking for. Offer it to Garrett. He holds up the sword admiringly. The blade catches the light, and a broad smile crosses his simple face. Won't be long now. Next bit of trouble, I'll show the watch how helpful I can be. I guess I'll try to warn them a little bit. Oh, I'm sure they'll take some time before they trust me, but eventually they'll realize how loyal I am. Once I'm in the city, I'll put in a good word for you, Smith. Thanks, I guess. And that's all the action points we have, so that's it. Hold on, wait a minute. One of my dogs is missing. End the day. Outside the walls of Eren Keep, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents, pleading for entry. Let's introduce ourselves to the neighbors. The tents near you are mostly occupied by unfriendly, suspicious folk. They spit on the ground when you approach and ward you off with threatening gestures. There's one exception, however, a young woman who actually smiles as you approach. Through her eyes are haunted and hollow set. Though her eyes are haunted and hollow set. Glad to see you're feeling better. You were on death's door for a while there. I'm sorry, have we met? Well, no. You weren't exactly conscious. I dragged you to safety after you fell off your horse. So you're the one who nursed me back to health. No, that old woman showed up. Told me she was going to look after you. I checked in now and then, but she told me you were still recovering. Where is she anyways? I haven't seen her in days. She was gone by the time I woke up, and I have no idea who she was. You just handed me over to some random stranger? No idea. Let me know if you run into her again. I'd like to thank her. Yeah, seems appropriate. Will do, but wait, do you mean she's not a relative of yours? How odd. Must have been a kind-hearted old soul. Count your blessings. There's not many of those around this camp. Lovely neighborhood. It's nice to see a friendly face around here. And good to meet you too. Name's Chev, short for Shavana. Shavana? But only my mother calls me that, and she's been dead for 10 years. She's painfully thin and covered in grime, much like everyone else in this camp. She's the first person you've seen smile, though. What do you imagine goes on in Eren Keep? I'm starting to forget what civilization used to look like. As long as it's better than here, I don't care what it's like. In Eren Keep, everyone eats like an emperor and the streets are paved with beer. It sounds like a very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Sounds like a very, dwarven thing to say. I bet the carriages are drawn by butterflies and stakes grow on every tree. She lapses into silence somewhere in the distance. A scream rings out. You both try to ignore it. You know anybody selling materials I could use for my forge? I heard someone say that there's a scrap peddler in the Lost City selling all sorts of things. Be careful if you go to the Lost City, though. That place gives me the shivers. I should head to the Lost City and strike a deal with the scrap peddler. I suppose we'll just call it there. Before you leave, she grabs you arm. There's wild desperation in her eyes. I've been stuck out here for weeks, and not everyone in camp is as friendly as you. Not sure how much longer I can last. Can you do me a favor? If you get into Eren Keep before me, find a fellow named Lucas Boriona. He's my uncle. If he knew I was out here, he'd help me. I'm sure of it. Of course I'll let him know you're here. She rubs her eyes. Look at me getting my hopes up. Lucas Boriona, remember the name. If I make it into Eren Keep before Chev does, I should try to find her Uncle Lucas and tell him that she's out here. Chev lifts her hand in farewell and you walk away from her tent. Her smile is as fragile as porcelain. Let's look around the camp. The camp is an appalling spectacle, an ocean of mud and flies with gaunt men and women scraping a living amid the filth. Working women. Not far from your tent, recent rains have swept away the soil on a mass grave, exposing glints of yellow bone. Only the rats are well fed out here. Scavenge for some food, I suppose. The tragedy of the applicants' camp is indescribable. So is the smell. There are no sewers out here, and not everyone bothers to go to the outskirts to use the latrines. Tucked away from the squalor, you find a pocket where desperation hasn't completely taken hold. Children are playing in the mud, and a few scrawny chickens peck the ground, miraculously uneaten. As you pick your way through, wary eyes track your movement from tent flaps, some calling out to alert their neighbors to the presence of the newcomer. At the center of this little commune, you find a family crouched around a huge cooking pot, simmering with meats and scrounged vegetables. A little girl tosses a handful of wild herbs into the stew. Your mouth waters. Let's see what they got. A father and a mother, a gaggle of children, a grandmother with the face like an ancient apple, even a dog rolling on its back in the dirt, tongue wagging. They're rough-looking sorts, filthy and gaunt, but you're not exactly presentable yourself these days. As you get closer, the man twitches aside his cloak to reveal a heavy wooden club. His wife's hand darts to the dagger in her belt. The dog snarls, hackles raised. They all look at you carefully, awaiting your next move. Let's just introduce ourselves. No reason to be a jerk. Ho there, stranger. Name's Bendit Maunder. This here is my wife, Trianne, and her ma, Gita. I can take you through the names of the nippers too if you'd like, but I get them mixed up myself. The young woman smiles wanly, withdrawing her hand from her dagger's hilt. The old woman just nods, her expression lost in a mass of wrinkles. The children cluster behind her father, peeping at you and giggling. And this mutt's name is Chlado. Chlado? Chlado? I don't remember. He's a good boy, keeps the vultures away. With the word vultures, Bennett's expression darkens. Chlado sneezes disdainfully. Who can resist petting the dog? Come on. The dog lifts its lip in a snarl as you approach, but at the last moment it lowers its head and allows you to scratch behind its ear. It's a cute little dog portrait. Chlado seems to like him. That's good enough for me. Chlado's tail wags wildly, stirring up a cloud of dust. You mentioned vultures earlier? Aye, human vultures. Human vultures. He doesn't elaborate further, but his shoulders stiffen. See if we can't get a little food. I mean, maybe, right? At least figure out what the hell they're cooking. It only smells good because from the looks of you, you haven't eaten a proper meal in weeks. Come on, pull up a rock, grab a bowl. It's a hugely generous gesture. Meat out here is as precious as gold, and the man has children to feed. Oh, I suppose we'll be fine either way, so let's see if we can be modest. Let's see what kind of guy Bennett is. Ah, you've got a full belly, have you? Enjoyed a kingly feast in this land of milk and plenty? Ha! Well, you can sit down at least and swap a story or two. Where did you find all this food? You seen those big merchant caravans that come trundling through this camp every day? A box of rations fell off the back of one of those. That's some luck, ain't it? Just fell off on its own accord, did it? Most fortunate, eh? He gives you a theatrical wink. One of his children giggles and hugs his leg. How long have you been camping out here? Almost 2 months now. Every day I beg the guards to let us through, but they're not interested in the likes of us. They offered us a trade, though. They'll take our nippers in and keep them safe. If Trianne and I go work ourselves to death in their mines, but then who would look after old Gita? I agree, Gita wouldn't survive out here alone. Aye, that's the truth of it, so we're stuck out here for the time being. Don't worry though, we'll find a way to get ourselves past that gate. Have you heard any rumors about how to get into Eren Keep? There's smugglers who claim they can get you in. They charge an arm and a leg though, and who knows if they're telling the truth. Maybe they just take your money and leave you dead in a ditch. Still might be worth the risk if you can afford them. Pleasure to meet you. Away from the Munders, the atmosphere of the camp reasserts itself. Unfriendly glares, distant sobbing. You draw your coat close around yourself and hurry back to your tent. You climb into your bedroll, massaging your swollen joints and trying to ignore the rumbling in your belly. Maybe tomorrow will be a better day. A few hours past midnight, you're woken by a soft, silken hiss. A blade slices through the fabric of your tent. The fabric falls away to reveal a pair of yellow eyes, a crescent of yellow teeth, a gaunt figure with a knife in his hand. He steps carefully into your tent, apparently thinking you asleep. Behind him are dim shapes of other men. Each night you bury your tools and coin in a new location. There's not much in the tent they can steal, but they don't look like the types who will be happy if they don't find anything worthwhile. The man freezes, his grin widening. Oh, awake, Izir. Might be easier this way. Hand over your coins, food, anything you got. His companions enter the tent behind him. 3 more men, rail-thin and desperate. The leader takes a menacing step closer. You picked the wrong tent. I make swords. You think I can't defend myself? The leader hesitates, but only for a moment. 4 against 1, Smith. Use your head. We're pretty tough, so let's see how this works out. The thief pauses, eyes flitting across your muscular shoulders and strong calloused hands. He attempts a smile. Let's get out of here, boys. I think we've picked the wrong tent after all. The thieves melt away into the night, leaving you alone in your sliced open tent. That'll require a few hours of stitching to repair, but you're too tired to attempt it now. You manage a few more hours of fitful sleep before dawn breaks. Let's forge just a few swords, how about it? Some of these have got to be worth pretty good XP, I would imagine. What I'm really after is a book. Ah, shoot, let's do a pendant. All he wants is a specific blade length, some mobility, a little bit of wood, and he wants it to be one-handed. The man who approaches your forge is brooding and silent, his starved-faced and shaven head lending him a skull-like aspect. When he speaks, the voice is a hollow rasp. A blade. Hey, look, it's Landon again. Must be a different Landon. He glares at you. You don't get the impression he's in the mood to answer questions. Alright, let's make this frickin' guy a blade then, I guess. Right about in there. He wants this thing to be mobile. Looks about right to me. Writing it out. A little more. Cross section. It's mobile, it's sharp, it's got decent impact, it's not very fast. Let's go ahead and we can taper the width on it just a little bit. Just like that. Taper the thickness. Like so. Go ahead and put a point on this thing. Right about in that neighborhood. Yeah, that looks like a keeper. No, it's not balanced. That's why it's slow. Put that on there. One of these on here. This guy. Like so. Narrow that up. Downsize this thing. Stretch it out maybe a little. requirements, isn't it? Looks like a keeper. The skull-faced man takes your sword, giving it a cursory glance before stowing it under his tattered cloak. It suits my purposes. That isn't a little cryptic. Accept his offer. Go ahead and see what else we can take on. I can't read that. Hey, Dabs, a scroll? Can I scroll through this? Would be fantastic. I can't stay here any longer, Smith. Wasting away, begging for scraps, watching people turn into animals. This ain't living. He gestures towards the wasteland stretching beyond the camp. Out there's where the real opportunities are. Old ruins, abandoned settlements, treasures from before the collapse. The crows, they eat well. Crows fly in flocks, kid. Out there on your own, you're dead meat. Might as well. Staying here is just a slow death anyways. At least this way I control my own fate. So what do you need from me anyways? Something sharp to deal with whatever I might find out there. Raiders, wild beasts, or books. Alright. Yeah, this gonna be fairly long to play through. Especially for a one-handed sword. I mean, it's a pretty long sword. But he mostly just wants sharpness, which we can do. Thinner we make it. I'll change the width. Now, I'm curious to know. Sakes, it looks too thin. That's a little better. Just like that, right in that neighborhood. Put a point on this thing. Something like that, why not? It's sharp. No, it just needs a handle. I don't know. Something like this, why not? Pretty simple guard. We can narrow that up a bit because it would make sense to. It's currently one-handed. I always really liked this pommel. For no particular reason at all. Let's actually downsize this a little. Yeah, that's about right. Second thought, I don't like that. That doesn't look right either. I don't know, at least this one doesn't look totally stupid. How long can we make this thing before it's no doesn't look that bad. Shorten it up just a little bit. I can live with that. Satisfies all of his requirements. Except I think I'm just gonna go ahead and make this and this out of wood. Sure, why not? It doesn't look half bad. He hefts the blade, testing its balance with a few experimental swings. I remember front weighting this thing a ton. A splendid blade. He sheathes the sword and shoulders his pack, looking out over the camp with its smoke wisps and sullen faces and coughing echoes. Wish me luck. Good luck out there, Crow. Mark my words, if I strike it rich, I'll come back and buy us both passage into Eren Keep. He walks off towards the camp's edge, his new sword swaying at his hip. He watches the wasteland swallows him in dust. I guess. Really nothing else to do. I think we can just turn this into nothing. Got some stuff I need to break up around here, so I'll do that. Do it tomorrow. End of the day. Need some money. Let's head over to the Lost City, see what's going on over there. The Lost City. Not all of Eren Keep was granted Masked King's protection. In centuries past, the city spilled beyond its ancient walls. Now the barrier, which traces the wall's course, has left these outer areas to the mercy of the wastes. Nicknamed the Lost City, these crumbling districts have been picked over by countless looters, but rumors persist that there is worthwhile treasure to be found amongst the rubble. Let's see if we can't find that scrap peddler. As night draws closer, the shadows in the Lost City come alive. Hidden eyes watch from high places. You scurry through the ruins, feeling as small and as vulnerable as an insect. Fortunately, the scrap peddler is easy to find. He warms his hands over a blazing fire in an empty market square, accompanied by a sad-looking mule pulling a cart full of junk. Ooh, a sight to behold he is. He is an off-putting sight. Ain't shit. Most of his face is bandaged, but the exposed areas are a mess of festering sores and flaking skin. You dread to think what the bandages are hiding. Oh shit. Not contagious, not contagious. Good. The peddler points at himself as he shouts. One yellow eye peers madly at you through the gauze. Not contagious, I swear. He doesn't seem to fully understand your question. Taking a look at him, his disease looks like either leprosy or a terrible skin condition. Either way, best not to get too close. I have many things. I find them in the dark places. I sell to you? I am a little surprised nobody's killed him yet. If the dark places call to me, I find forgotten things out there. He points vaguely downwards. The mule retches as though ready to expire. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm good at hiding. If found, I cough and splutter and pretend to be contagious. The bad men run a mile. But I'm actually not contagious, I swears it. What do you sell here? Many things, much to be found for those who know. Can I see your wares? But it's too dark. The dark time is for taking my favorites, not giving. Come back in the daylight so you can see what you is buying, yes? I should come back to visit the scrap peddler tomorrow. During daylight hours, the option will be available for the forge. Goodbye to the peddler. Partners forever and always, yes? Maybe his rotten grin sends a shiver down your spine. The scrap peddler is now an available vendor in your forge. Let's go ahead and search for valuables while we're out here. Your hopes of finding something are slim but irresistible. Shards of rubble crunch underfoot as you trudge down empty streets. Sure enough, one by one, The half-collapsed shells of houses prove nothing to offer. Venture deeper. The forlorn resonance hall catches your eye. Its once bright windows as empty as the eyes of a skull. Let's take a look. The resonant hall is mostly stripped bare. No sensors, no silver candlesticks. Your footsteps echo oddly in the silent chamber where the song of creation once rang clear for all to hear. Something makes you pause. An inscription on the floor written in an ancient language. You can try. Yeah, it's worth it. You stare at the inscription, scratching your head. This is a dead tongue that you never learned to speak. Look elsewhere. You move along through the shattered streets. You discover the ruins of a bathhouse. Its proud columns ensnared by vines, its mosaic floors smashed and tiles scattered. Your footsteps echo strangely. The marble floors are still smooth, though coated with years of grime. You find your way to a private chamber where the empty bath is filled with a tangle of ancient human bones. There is not a scrap of clothing in sight, perhaps some final orgy to usher in the end of the world. Hey, I got a pendant out of it. Something glints between a pair of ribs, a gold locket on a chain. As you wrench it free, the skeleton collapses into a heap of bones. Oh, let's find your way back. For a moment you think you've lost your way, but then you spot a fountain you recognize. Its statue cracked and headless. Its remaining water is a puddle of black slime. You breathe a sigh of relief. This is familiar territory. The sun slips low into the sky. The shadows of the ruins lengthen. Time to leave. Some dark shape watches you from an exposed upper floor of a half-collapsed brewery. When you glance in its direction, it scuttles away. You hurry back to the camp. Unlike the lost souls camped among these black ruins, you still cling to the hope of entering Eren Keep. Well, that could be useful. See what's on the agenda today. So close to leveling up. That's enough. That's enough for a level up, and I feel like helping. A scared woman dumps a damaged weapon on your anvil with a loud clang. Look at this useless piece of dross. I'm fed up with pretending this thing can kill me. Think you can get it back to working order? No problem whatsoever. Holy shit. Okay. There you have it. Sharp as they come. She hefts the weapon with satisfaction, testing its balance. Good as new, maybe better. Why, I bet it can slice the lids from a man's eyes before he can blink. Cheers, Smith. My enemies will lament your name. Alrighty. Brianna. Level 3. Blade polishing. Blade ability controls. Interesting. Woman shuffles forward, her red eyes rimmed and haunted. She has a sword in her hands and is clearly seen years of neglect. My husband passed away a few days ago. This was his blade. I told him it needed maintenance, but he insisted it was fine. What do you think, Smith? So let's see, each one of these grants me 80 experience. So 1 point of effort is 80 experience. We can multiply that times 9. Just as far as XP maxing here. So times 9 give us 720 experience a day just by doing these. So we would have to find something that's worth, like in this case, 4 times 80, which is apparently our minimum here, would have to work out to 240 experience. No, 320 experience to meet our experience threshold. A 5 would have to be 4,000 or 400. 3 would have to be 240. 6 would have to be still higher than that. But we also got to consider some of these other materials. A book wouldn't be half bad to have. Another bag, some steel, some colors, which we expected. This one's got a mystery reward. So I'm actually going to take this one on. In the camp, most everyone is starving. The man approaches your anvil is oddly well fed. His face fat and pink and healthy. Well met, Smith. Could you make me a sword? Something long and vicious, sharp enough to cut bone? I've got a spot of hunting to do later. You know how it is. What kind of hunting? I'm hungry. Perhaps you could share a meal. There's something suspicious about your manner. I don't like it. What kind of hunting? That's a secret, my friend. If everyone knew where to find such easy prey, why they would all succumb to the temptation. And where would that leave me? With an empty fork. Share a meal, maybe? Oh, I think not. I prefer to eat alone. Yeah, there's something suspicious. Just make me the swordsmith. Isn't that what you're here for? Oh, I guess, fine. Whatever. If it's a sword you want, it's a sword you shall have. Something like that. He wants it to have high impact, so we won't thin it out too much. Or so I thought. Something like that. Another claymore kind of weapon. Kind of what I'm looking for. Let's see, change thickness. Make that a little thicker. Cross section on it. Like I said. That's not what I wanted. And then that's not what I wanted either. Change thickness. I want to see if I can figure out how to put like a flat in the middle of the blade, and that's what I really want. Oh well, anywho. He wants this thing to have like high impact. wants high impact. Let's see. When it's heavy and has a lot of mass near the point. Well, at the time, at this moment, it does have a lot of mass near the point. That's about right. Oh, he only wants one impact. He cares more about sharpness. There. There you have it. I don't know why, but I really like this card. Maybe not that broad. Yeah, that looks about right. It's good and sharp. Wants this thing to be one-handed. Script seems appropriate. Downsize it just a little. And then just adjust the length until we reach one-handedness. Oh, it is at one-handedness. It just needs to be more wood. Got it. Okay, a little trick I've used before. Not good enough. Is that enough wood for you? Hell. Take that out of there too. F. Yeah, sure, why not? Looks fine to me. Anything else? Oh, right, we can polish now. So if we go here. There you go, it's nice and pretty. He takes the weapon in his reverent hands as if it is a sacred relic. Thank you, Smith. When night falls, I shall start my next hunt. Yeah, you go ahead and have fun with that. We got some stuff to break down. Pigment white. Oh, okay. Someone once treasured this bauble. Got a gold pendant. Okay. Like some leather, some steel, that's what it is. That's all we had energy for. I might need some more wood. Let's go ahead and visit him. You make your way through the lost city, the harsh daylight throwing the ruins into stark relief. The sound of your footsteps echoes eerily in this crumbling silence. At last you reach the Scrap Peddler's Square, a rubble-strewn market plaza reclaimed by the weeds. The peddler perks up at your approach, his one visible yellow eye widening with excitement at the prospect of a customer. I saved the prettiest trinkets for you, yes. I have a question for you. What's your name? I'm a peddler, Scrap's the game. Oh, I guess his name is just Peddler. What condition are you suffering from? Nothing wrong. My skin just doesn't like me anymore, I think. Oh, okay. Guards say no. I say I make people sick, but lie is not contagious. You see, not even a little bit. Anything strange in the ruins lately? The walls make songs sometimes. They do a beautiful sweet song for sleeping. Men with candles sneak out here to call up things from the dark places, but the dark places are not so easy to call, and I could tell them that if they liked,
I could tell them that if they liked. The dark places do the calling. How long have you been scavenging? Once I had a shop, a real shop with walls and a floor, then he gestures at his bandaged face with a gurgling laugh. Now I have a mule. Mule doesn't care about face. Mule supports me through hard times. How long, you ask? 10 years? 17? How long does a mule live? Okay. Let's see what he's got. Anything useful? Nothing that I don't have myself, really. I can trade him one of these, one of them. That's really all I'm after here. I have $229 on. Oh shit. I'll take some yellow pigment just because I can. Some of those. Guard Peterson type H. I'll buy those later, maybe. Actually, I can probably sell this. I don't really need either one of these headsets, so I'll sell those to them. You can have those. Actually, buy both of these. Bye, peddler. Call it a night. What's this over here? Stay in the forge, the camp, the outer gate. Let's go to the outer gate and see if we can't talk to a guard or something. Maybe we can get them to let me make them a sword. Approach the gate. What do you want? I want to actually keep. You're a citizen or got yourself a worker's permit? Oh, wait, I'd like to apply for a worker's permit. I'm a blacksmith. I've been applying for a while now. Yeah, and I'm a driver. Okay, I guess it's got outer cookie crumbles on that one. Let's see if there's anything particularly good. Small drum. I like mystery rewards. Hello, Smith. Nice setup you got here. What can I do for you? There's a gang that comes around my town every night, regular as clockwork. They kick and beat us, take our rations, push our faces in the mud. You'd think there'd be solidarity out there, but well, there ain't. I've managed to hide the last of my coin to them so far, but who knows for how long. It's best to spend that coin on a good sword. That's fine. Sure, how's about it? About the length.
at this. There's different lighting. I'm not sure why, but that's kind of an attractive look to me. That's the original. Feels like I'm forging in the morning lights. See about a different background, maybe? I don't really like this whole, like, forging on the ground kind of look. Or forging in the clouds. Actually, that's not half bad. It's kind of neat. There's like mountains around us because it's forging in the snow. But no thanks. Forging on the asphalt. Forging in the open void. Forging in the closed void. Alright, just keep the okay. Cross section. Okay, it's good and sharp now. Want some leather on this damn thing. Look at all these guards we got available now. Kind of like that one. Quillen block. I'm not entirely sure where that goes. Interesting. I'm not entirely sure where the quillen goes. Perhaps on the ends of this. Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, anyways, he wants this thing to be one-handed. So be it. I'll downsize it just a little bit so it fits inside the guard a little. Stretch it out just a little bit. Isn't that pretty? Really want to make that. The applicant stands a little straighter as he tests the weight of the blade. It's perfect. You should see the blunt rusted daggers those bullies wave around. This will put some real fear in them. Thank you, Smith. Maybe my kids will get to keep their food tonight.
guess. Maybe.
Okay. Alright. Please hold while I go get something around for this evening.
Listen to my dog sniffing the old microphone there for a second. Look at Griswold. Have the great tone. Nothing really, just these two. I don't know. Let's level marble farm for a few minutes. The woman shuffles forward, her eyes rimmed and haunted. She has a sword in her hands, it's clearly seen years of neglect. My husband passed away a few days ago. This is his blade. We've read this before. I need some work. I thought so. Could you fix it up for me? Now I'm alone and I'd like to have a weapon I can rely on. Sure. I never disagree with a woman. If she says something is the way it is, then, I don't know. Don't disagree with that. Let's see. Interesting. Go, lady. Nice and sharp. Give it a good polish for you. Good as new. She traces the restored blade with trembling fingers, tears in her eyes. This is so much better, even to my untrained eye. It was barely worth carrying before, was it? Thank you, Smith. Yeah, sure, no problem. Made a little money, but we're mostly in it for the XP. Scarred woman dumps a damaged weapon on your anvil with a loud clan. Oh, we've heard this one before. Sure, we'll fix your junk. There you go, nice and sharp. She hefts the weapon with satisfaction, testing for its balance. Good as new, maybe better. Why, I bet it could slice the lids from a man's eyes before he can blink. Cheers, Smith. My enemies will lament your name. An old man limps up to your anvil, a worn blade in his quivering hands. This sword has seen better days, Smith. Can you help?
A lot of this is just sharpening, which is easy to do when you look at, like, you look over here at the ability history, you just look for cross section. You just kind of give the sharpen, and then you're all done. Much better, good work. Oh wait, hang on a minute, that's not what I wanted. They just want a sharper again, cross section. Ooh. We have like options now. I'll have to remember that. I might have to screw around with that later. When we go to the outer gate the third time. Continue, approach the gate. Guard is slouching against the ramparts, gazing out over the horizon. His heavy-lidded eyes flicker, call for his attention. What do you want? I want to enter the cave. You again? I've already told you, applicant, you're not getting through without a worker's permit. Stop wasting my time. We got to get a little better. Let's take on one good one that offers some unique materials, maybe. Those are kind of unique. This is from Mina. I don't have enough energy to do this. The same book and some gold. So let's do this one. I'm more interested in the book than the gold or anything else, because this allows me to have more options. The woman approaches your anvil, has sharp, quick eyes that never stop scanning her surroundings. Judging by her scars, she's had some close scrapes in her past. I'm going to head into the Lost City and find some stuff to sell. Say there's treasure there, stuff that was left behind, old tools, scrap, maybe even some gold. The Lost City's dangerous, things run in the dark. I need something to keep me alive out there. Call it your investment. Alright, whatever. So, alright, I got a little beef. Either this anvil is really small, or these swords are really big. But she wants this thing to be mobile, so I'll keep it on the short side. Thickness. Bring it down some. Width. Widen it out a little. Okay. Just the cross section. Let's see if we can do some of these other things. The spine width. This one, edge thickness. Convexity. So I just realized I had my mic muted that whole time, but I need some clarity, and I'll point it out the next time I make a sword. I've wielded a blade or two in my time, and this one's special. Thank you. Okay. I guess. Let's look in our inventory. Let's see what this one's about. Rise and Shine. A miner's sword part book teaching the following sword part designs. Riser, mild riser, strong riser, ferrule, regular ferrule, wide or regular ferrule, narrow, and one more. These parts are for creative decoration. Your customers are not going to ask for them. I mean, you say that, but then when they have wood requirements, or leather requirements, or steel requirements, you can kind of add those things to fulfill those. Okay, let's see what else there is to do. Farm experience. This was his blade. Yeah. Couldn't chop a carrot. That's fine. Looks like a whole lot of... Sharp now. Curved blades, asymmetrical blades. Interesting. That's what happens when you reach level 4, apparently. I'm not going to bother reading these because I got a suspicion that it's just going to repeat itself a bunch of times. Do we have anything that we need to... I guess this. We'll just do that real quick so we don't forget. Red Room dies. My husband passed away. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and fix your husband's sword. Curvature. You can create a recurve using this ability multiple times. Interesting. Polish, cross-section, taper thickness. I don't know what that changes. Screw up her sword just to fulfill my own curiosity. Do I need anything? I need wood. So let's go ahead and visit this guy. Survey his wares. I'd like your book. A couple new pommels and 4 more things apparently that I didn't already know. I don't know what I would need a pendant for. But go ahead and give me some wood. Be opposed to some steel either. A little leather would be nice. Then get out of here. Call it a day. Apparently I'm broke. A new day has dawned. And we are in the toilet, so to speak.
some serious shit. This one's experience if this lines up. When it approaches your anvil, it has sharp quick eyes. Okay, we've read this one before. Let's go ahead and forge her blade. Something like that. Change the thickness. To something like that. Let's go ahead and do something fun. Curve this thing. Stretch this curvature out for the whole width of the blade. Whole length of it. Do something special with this thing. Let's go ahead. This woman's a female. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of this out. Let's go ahead and do that. We will taper the thickness from about actually escape or delete. Let's make this a little wider. And then taper not that. Taper width. From about here up. Except we want to make it wider at the tip. Taper width again. I'm attempting my best at making a scimitar. Now, taper the thickness. And throw the cross section in there. And a cross section again. Go up here. And
back all the way up. She wants a nice stiff blade. Got it. Okay, like that. And like that. A little more. Put a point on it. Something like that. That looks good. Well, it's good and stiff now. Blacksmith's Companion. Okay, so she wants something out of the Smith's Companion book, apparently. So one of these. She's gonna get this one. And she wants this thing to be one-handed. That's not what I wanted. And, one of these, I guess, and downsize that, downsize this some. Okay, I can sacrifice a little bit of stiffness. Try to balance this damn sword out a little bit. Taper width. Maybe not that much. That should do. Give it just a little more taper though. I think that increases the balance. I don't know. I hope that's everything she wanted and more. Ooh, I got a pendant. Whoopie dang. Some money and alright. Let's fix some blades for some people. Cross section. I want to know how to do like the convex ridge. That's what I want to learn how to do. That's not what I was after. Forge. fixing swords and mostly just fixing swords. Holy shit. What the fuck is going on here? Okay. Yeah, that looks about right. I'm gonna go ahead and just make the assumption that it's supposed to have a little complexity to it. What do we have? Anything that we need to scrap? Just that. Can't really do anything with that except for trade it to the peddler. Which is honestly fine by me because the peddler's got some books and stuff sometimes, which are nice to have. I assume it's this cross section. There's a little convexity to it, so I assume that the spine is supposed to be there. Okay, so we can hold shift for fine control. And then that'll give us that. I'll accept the offer. One more. Cross section. I know how to do this now. I think I might have figured it out. Maybe we'll try it on our next sword that we do. That's a wrap for today. Actually, let's go visit the peddler, see if he doesn't have us another book. Let's see what he's got. Sure, I'll take another book. I've got steel and wood enough, leather enough, everything else. I don't know if there's going to be anything in the Lost City worth having. It would be nice if I could check my stats to see if I've gained knowledge or something. Maybe that's something that I can do and I just don't know it. Search the ruins for valuables, venture deeper, look elsewhere. Okay, apparently that was fruitless. Maybe. Nope, not in there. Not here. I guess there's no like skill points or anything that you can put into anything, so I guess we'll just keep going. A fast sword. have to be stiff or mobile or anything else. Just long and fast, apparently. And it's gotta have a lot of leather, apparently. He wants it to be two-handed. A fast, two-handed sword. Interesting. Okay. Let's see what this person wants. Mobile, sharp, with a good point, one-handed. This looks challenging. It won't set me back too much steel, so let's try it. The woman who approaches your anvil has sharp, quick eyes that never stops. Oh, okay, we read this before. All right, let's get this going. All right. Inside the window for the speed or for the length. They mostly want this thing to be sharp, which we can do. Mobile, sharp, and with a good point. It'd be cool if we could do offset points. Add a point and just to see by dragging down the intensity line. Taper the width, blah, blah, blah. Huh. Maybe it's still possible that we can. So if I do... excuse me. Nice and thin. She says nothing about stiffness, so don't really have to worry about that. Curve it just ever so slightly. A little more than that. Yeah, that looks about right. Put a point on this thing. I'm thinking something nice and shallow. That's right, she wanted a strong point. So. Let's taper our thickness. Not exactly that much. Paper thin at the point. Still not pointy enough for it. Let's see if setting a cross section will get us what we need. Yep, sure did. I was really hoping we could make like a section now. A little bit of convexity on the blade. so that's that. I think we're all set here as far as this whole thing goes. Now, I don't... that's kind of neat. A rapier cup. I'm thinking something really simple. Even that is too much. Yeah, something like that. Make it a little bigger. Just about like so. What an interesting pommel that is. I'll have to consider using that one. Oval, mild taper, slim. I'm looking for something with no taper. I'm actually not opposed to using. Horsehead's kind of cool too. Mobility's not that big a deal. It is apparently ready to rain. Works for me, I guess. Personally, like, as an actual, like, if I was an actual smith and I was actually doing this, I would, like, fade all this in, but whatever. I think that's everything that they wanted. So, oh, the weight's wrong. Okay, we can adjust the weight easy enough. Just by a little bit of overshot it just a little bit. Alright, everything seems to be in order. Got a little creative on that one. Basic peening, knobs and caps. Interesting. Let's see what that's about. Knobs and caps, a couple different end caps here. half spine. Half sphere, block, pyramid, spike. I wonder what those are about. I don't have anything that I need to scrap out, so fix a couple blades. They're good for the experience, apparently.
Kind of exposes you to a lot of different blades, too, if you think about it.
Let's see if we can find some risers, some pommels. Oh, this must be the peening they were talking about. Interesting. Look at that, isn't it special? Visit him in case he's got a new book. Nope, no books. End the day. Let's see if we can argue with the guards some more. Approach the gates. This is getting a little annoying. Oh, what do you want? I want to enter the keep. Stop wasting my time. Back to the town. Okay, so really no progress there. We are on the cusp of another level up. Let's take on something neat. See if we can't get something special. Let's see, stacker. Not really a ton of experience for what we're doing. We're gonna level up either way. What makes her so special that we need to spend 9 action points on her? Nothing really that I can tell. Stacker is kind of needy with 7. Just do this one for 6. Let's see. The manager Anvil has a careworn face and a child clinging at his waist. He nods stiffly at your approach. I need a weaponsmith.
Now her mother's gone. My little girl's only got me to protect her. If we're not to be seen as easy targets, I need some steel to add weight to my warnings. Very well then. One line. Alright, right at the edge of the upper length. Okay. He wants it to have good impact and sharpness. Alright, so it appears dinner is ready. Oop, not that. I want width. It's the only way to get a impactful yet heavy blade, just with good width. But I can also taper the width from about here up, and if I flip my hammer around, it actually makes the tip wider. And then if I taper the thickness again, up here, thickness again. Not that one. I didn't want to taper the thickness, I wanted to taper the width. Silly that I'm doing this, but when I show you why, it'll make more sense because it adds a ton of impact right at the tip. Because you want it to be front heavy for impact. Now we can work on our cross section. And take some spine width out. Delete that. Okay, I guess not delete that, but okay. Cross section. Something like that, convexity. Take a little bit of that spine width out of it. Something like that, maybe. And up here, okay. The cross section again. Up here. And now we'll hit spine width. Exactly working out the way I wanted it to. Okay, well, anywho. Actually, I wonder if I hit... Oh, to hell with it. Oh, that's fine. He's gonna have a real hammer of a sword, that is for sure.
thickness just a little bit.
Happy with that. Give it a good polish. Nice, nice. Give it one hell of a guard. That is interesting guard. Okay. Let's do something special here. Something like that. Put some rings on it, maybe. I like the clover better. Clovers look cool. Gonna have to have some leather on this thing, but I don't imagine that'll be too hard. All that fun stuff is done, kinda. I do kinda like these end caps, so I'll use one of those here in a moment as well. Something that's easy to fit in the hand, mild taper. Bit, lengthen it to make it two-handed. Big old pommel on this guy. Something about like that. Become two-handed. I guess it just needed to be a little bigger. Okay. Size that makes this two-handed. Second thought, I don't like this one. Let's use no, not a ring. That's kind of cool, but no. It's more of a directional thing. That one either. This one maybe. Downsize it some. Yeah, I don't hate that. With the twisted crown on the end of that, maybe. Yeah, that looks nice. I know we can do all kinds of crazy things with this.
Alright. He wants some leather. Let's go ahead and give him something like that. That should fulfill all of his requirements. He weighs the weapon in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The girl coos in delight as it gleams in the sun. Good. Hopefully this will encourage any wolves to find softer prey. Thank you, Smith. Let's see what we got. Sword part bending and fullers. Okay, neat. Brief intermission whilst I go eat dinner. Alright, and we're back. Back to these. Go ahead and see if we can't make a couple more swords or something. I guess we're down to just the fixins. Guess a little more wouldn't be all bad. I guess we could stand to have blood. Let's visit the peddler. No new books, and I don't really need anything else. Bid goodbye to the peddler. As you bury your tools for the night, never can be too careful, you hear a heart-piercing scream. You find the camp in chaos. Figures run back and forth, knocking down tents, wailing, stumbling. The sun has just slipped below the horizon and darkness begins to fall. As you search for the cause of the panic, there's a sickening thud. A corpse fallen from the sky and landed atop your bonfire, quenching it instantly. To the sky, a winged shadow circles above, blotting out the emerging stars. It lets loose a shriek that turns your bowels to water. We identified the threat. Judging by its screaming cry, this is a Volgoth, a nocturnal predator, and among the worst monsters that the war unleashed on the world. They sleep for months, then wake in a feeding frenzy. Their subsequent feasts can depopulate an entire village. The whole camp is in terrible danger. You also know that they hunt by following sound and movement. If you stay quiet and still, you should be safe. Some around the camp are drawing swords and trying to organize a defense. You recognized your recently forged blades and one goes waving in the air. The creature's first dive was repelled by blades jabbing at its side, scything the limbs. But it's too fast, too massive. It retreats into the air and swoops down elsewhere, targeting other defenses prey. Watch helplessly, it was kind of a lonely option. It descends on a fleeing woman, its jagged forelimbs plucking up the doomed soul. The beast descends. A few minutes later, the victim's carcass splatters on the ground. You rush around the camp, grabbing survivors and shaking them free of terror's grip. You direct them to quiet down and act as statues. If they run or scream, it means their death. But the camp is vast and you can't protect everyone. The slaughter continues unabated. At last, as more and more refugees flee for cover of the lost city ruins, the beast strays too close to the Eren Keep. The invisible barrier crackles, suddenly alive with pale blue energy. Fierce tendrils of power skitter in all directions like cracks spreading through glass, and the beast shrieks in agony. Chasten swoops away, finally abandoning its banquet. The terrible silence falls, broken by the occasional sob. At long last, it's over. You wander the camp, reuniting separated families and comforting the bereaved. Finally, once you're so exhausted you can barely stand, you stumble back to your tent and fall into a dreamless slumber. When the sun's risen, I should check if my neighbors survived the attack. I suppose probably should. You have reached the end of this playtest content. You can keep playing. This is where the story ends for now. Bladesong launches into early access in 2025. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Personally, I think this game has a lot of potential. Certain things that I would like to try. So I'm going to close this right now. I'll open the feedback survey later when I'm not streaming. What I'm going to see. I'm curious to know if there's more levels. First things first. Let's see what happens. Oh, it gives you 300 XP. That's all. Okay. Yes. Let's see about making. Whoever approaches your anvil, her face great burning exhaustion. She has a small boy hanging around her ankles. His thumb, his hunger-hollowed face making his eyes stand out like dinner plates. You're the smith, right? You make swords? I've already lost 2 children on the road here. I can't lose another. I need something to protect him with. I'm sorry for your loss. Sorry, won't keep them both safe. Won't keep them safe. Only steel can do that. Never used a sword before? No, but I'll learn. I've heard stories about what happens in camp. People taking children, selling them, horses. I won't let that happen to my thumb. Oh, I guess this is like Tom. Okay. What
happened to your other children? My eldest boy, bandits put an arrow in him when we were crossing the metal bridge. I don't know why. We had nothing to steal. After that, we avoided the roads. We made our way through the deepest part of the woods, but that was a mistake. There's things in those woods. Someone took my daughter, snatched her out of my tent at night. I heard her scream, but never saw her. She breaks down sobbing. I'm sorry. What can you afford? I mean, I don't have much coin left, but I'll give you everything I have, whatever it takes. How do you say no to that? She glances at her son again, her voice breaking slightly. He's only 4 years old. He doesn't understand why his sister and brother aren't with us anymore. I won't lose him too, not without a fight. I mean, how do you say no to a sob story like that? Like a monster? Alright, something like that. Can't make this thing too thick. About as thick as we can go. Go a little thicker than that. She really wanted something pretty long. Interesting. Okay. Let's put a point on this thing. Nice long point. Rounded edges. I think I know what this is now. Okay, so if we go back to cross section. Cross section. Okay. Spine width. Here we go. A little bit of complexity.
beady eyes. Okay. Sharper. Now let's see about a fuller. Some significant weight out of the thing. Apparently we can change some of the properties about it. I actually want to stretch it out a little further. Like kind of blends into the tip now. That's kind of nice. What's this? Offset? Okay, just keep that good in the center. Like it should be. It's kind of neat that you can do that though. Met all those requirements. Good, good, good. Go ahead and polish it up for it. Nice and pretty and polished. Anything else that we should really do for this thing? I can really tell. She just wants it to be one-handed. Which shouldn't be a problem. Nice and big to protect your hands with. Put one of these on it because I think it'll make it look cool. That's kind of neat. And it adds a little more weight to the back of this thing, so it helps it get a little more balanced for the speeds. Which actually reminds me of another thing. I want to taper the thickness just a little bit. Yeah, I like it. Back to this. Scroll down, so It looks cool, but it's got no practical purpose. It's crooked. Looks kind of neat. Anyways, throw that out. She wants this to be one-handed. Strong tape. Okay. Probably want some sort of something, right? Oh, these things are tiny. We can really put... What is up with that bird? Does it do that for all of them? Something that should be worked on. That's a huge pommel. Holy crap, look at that thing. How easily the hilt can be repositioned to defend or change stance. The sword is most mobile when it is light and has little weight in the hilt area, as opposed to speed. Okay. Looks appropriate, I suppose. So the more we make this thing, the more... mobile it gets, apparently. Okay. I guess I like that, kinda. I don't know what else I would do exactly. Pommel-wise. So I wanted to make like a custom one, which I guess I could. Throw this out. Let's do some. Let's just do like a. What? Spiral? Let's just do like a. I want this thing to have an end cap, but I need to put some sort of pommel on it first. And I don't like a lot of these because they're huge and... Let's put this one on it, downsize it. Shorten it up. It's crooked. Okay, something like that. Put an end cap on it. I don't know what's so special about this, but it's called luxurious, but I don't know if it really is. Caterfoil. Spiral twisted crown. Nice and small. I know that this isn't what these are really
for. They're supposed to go like on the ends of, like if you have something like that, you're supposed to put it right at the tip or whatever. Like so, kinda. Or if you have, if you're using that kind of hilt, you can take an end cap, put it right on the end of it. There we go. That fulfills all of her requirements. She takes the sword with trembling hands, testing its weight. Her grip is uncertain, but her eyes are hard. It's heavier than I expected. She calls softly to her son, who is playing in the dirt nearby. He looks up, his fingers black with the mud. Come here, Tom. Stay close to Mama. The boy runs over and clutches her leg. She sets a protective hand on his head while keeping the other on the sword's hilt. Thank you, Smith. I pray I never have to use this, but if I do, well, I think it'll do the job. Stay safe out there, I guess. It's not safe out there, Smith. None of us are ever safe. But maybe I can make it a little more safe for my boy. Hopefully. Hey, that chewed up all of our points. I don't think we're going to get anything more out of the gate or anything else, because we've completely chewed up all of the storyline. I'm curious to see what happens when we get to the other side of the gate. So just a little bit of foraging for me today, so that we can see what level 6 has in store for us, and then that's pretty much it. Stuff to see what we can get. I believe there's also like a creative mode to this game, so maybe we'll check that out quickly just to see if it unlocks kind of all the options for us. This is. I imagine, yeah, that's a fuller smooth. Can't be that far off by now, right? Smith in a video game and saying, make this sharper. I'm assuming that this is the cross section of the first one.
We're so close, but so far. I guess hammering at the right interval isn't always like the best way to do it, I suppose. It's not exactly an advantage to it if you can just forge fast. One more. Curvature. Curvature. This blade has curvature? I don't see any curvature, so if it was supposed to have curvature, it doesn't. Which, if it's supposed to have curvature and it doesn't, then I don't know why you're bringing it up. There you go, yeah, thanks, have a nice day. Just stay in the forge. Okay, we only need one more of these. We'll try one of these other ones, but let's go ahead and sharpen somebody's blade for them. We can do engravings at level 6, and we get an extra action point, which is nice. So let's make this dude a sword. Wants a long sword. I guess it does say what kind of sword he wants, but can I change that? Ooh, you can change that. Click to name your sword. No. Change the thickness. Wants this thing to be fast. Alright, I'll give him a fast sword. He doesn't care about the point, which is good, because neither do I. Seems to me like there might be a way to do a thing. There might be a long roundabout way to do what I want to do here. Not quite that much curvature, but almost that much curvature. Yeah, that looks about right, I guess. No, I don't really want to taper the thickness. Like that. Actually, I do. I want to taper the thickness, but I only want to taper it at very wee tip of this thing. We got to do something a little more creative than that. So let's try back to our cross section. Spine width. Convexity. I want to dull one side, but only this side, though. Only the back side. Okay, let's see if we can get away with our fuller antics now. really not gonna let me do this, huh? It won't let me make a single-edged sword. Like a sword with only one edge. It's gotta be a dual-edged sword. Which... I don't know. That's... Ew. That's how you make a single-edged sword. You gotta toggle your symmetry. Alright. Well, we can go back to the fuller, I guess. Offset. Sometimes these have like a little bit of a fuller. This, not much of one though. Yeah, kind of like that. If I go back to my cross section. Shallow fuller. We can do a little better. Just wants this thing to be fast, so I wish I had noticed that we can toggle symmetry or sooner. Maybe. Okay. Let me hit point again. Toggle the symmetry to this side. That. Let's see if we can do. If we can edit the change thickness. that symmetrical. Taper thickness, that was the one that I wanted to see. Was it that taper thickness? Stretching out the first part a little bit. And then maybe this one will look half as goofy. I don't know. I don't know how to adjust this to what I really want it to be. Which is to say that I want this edge to kind of go all the way up to the bridge or to the neck here. Not really sure how to achieve that. Well, you know what? I bet you we could take the point off altogether. Both of the points off altogether, and I bet you if we did a taper width for this short distance, maybe.
close as we're gonna get. In case it hasn't become painfully clear yet, I'm trying to make a katana. Not for the speed. I guess we can make that just a little deeper. And as for this cross section, a little more convexity would make it a little bit sharper. They really want this thing to be fast, so it needs to be light, which it is, and has little mass near the point. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be stiff, so if I taper thickness throughout the whole blade, that should help. If I take that fuller all the way to the tip, it should help. Maybe that's so good. Take that son of a bitch all the way to the tip. Alright, it's as light as we're going to make it at the tip. You want some Blacksmith's companion stuff. No big deal there. I intended on making this thing two-handed. Something special. Let's see if we can put something like a very, very small kind of guard on this thing, like so. Just that too, and then just do like a, like that kind of. Not sure I'm loving how that's. I think that's gonna end up looking. One of these and one of these. Should rotate that. Be pretty sweet if I could flip it. Let's see if there's anything else in here. You know what? We can ditch this. We could use one of these. And just like really shrink it up.
something like that, I guess. And then just your average plain Jane end cap. Less curve than that. Something like a so. He really wants a heavy sword. Yeah, we're not even close to the weight that we needed at. So I wasn't even paying attention to that. It never even changed the width. Weight's out of hand. A lot of the weight out of the tip. That's not what I wanted. There's another tip. That one. Although this unevenly. Asymmetrically.
guys. Weight's in the right neighborhood. The speed's nowhere close, but we got some adjustments to make. Less front heavy. Guess we can switch it out for this guy. Screwed up like that, but okay. Again, I still don't know how to make this less screwed up, kinda. Maybe if we mess with this a little bit. Okay. Just added some serious depth to it. Mostly be in point.
hyper thin right there. Phew. Let's see if adjusting this point will help at all. Also, maybe if we adjust the taper width a little. At least a 3. Balance on this thing sucks. I don't know how to take more weight out of the point. Unless... that either. About seriously struggling to figure out how I'm going to take more weight out of the tip of this thing.
ridge back on it now, but that's okay, I guess. Guess there's no reason not to put a point on. This side now. I'm good at properly butchering this whole thing. It's not a half bad looking sword though, honestly. I'd use it. Let's take a look at this taper again. This one. And then this curvature. Add another curvature. Taking this a different direction, maybe, kind of. So just raise this area here. Take a look at the fuller, bring it back to here. I already tapered the thickness as far as it'll let me. Wonder if not that one. Wonder if tapering the thickness again. This time just at kind of the tip will let me any more. Not really. Wonder if change thickness. If I do this, and just a little bit of. Unbelievable. That's as good as it gets. Alright. Starting this whole frickin' thing over. Maybe I have an idea. That's how long he wants it. Okay, so we do that.
cross section. Cross section on the other side. And we're just gonna have to put it in like so, and then because it makes no difference. Some curvature in the full length of this thing. I don't even know if you can do that asymmetrically. Sure, that looks like enough. Already got some speed. I don't know how. Taper thickness. Something like that, I guess. Already, if we try to put a point on this thing, probably will look like shit. wants tier 3 speed, but that kind of weight, and I just don't understand how everything's supposed to be able to achieve that. Absolute frickin' razor blade. Right. Right in this area. Yes. That's what it took. Really? Engravings now. This doesn't mean a single thing, and I'm not using it like a signature. I just figured it'd do something. course it does. We can either have the correct weight, or we can have the correct speed, but we can't have both. It makes little or no sense. Why don't we... couple of these, maybe? It's an extra 9 grams, apparently. Maybe instead of this, we do. I just don't understand this whole speed thing, honestly, at this point. Okay, so hold on, maybe. Take weight away. And we lost our speed. There's our speed back. And we lost it again. Fuck this. Your sword can't be fucking made. Because you want it to be heavy and fast, and sharp and long. It just can't be made. Fuck 'em. Alright, let's just go ahead and save it here. Let's go ahead and go to the main menu. They have a creative mode. Let's take a look. I spent way too much time screwing around, trying to make that sword work. Far too much pain in the ass. So here's the creative mode. If we go in here, we have all the grips available. Oh, okay, so that's just like part of the grip. got a riser in here, so where does one find this thing? Is it this? Is it just this that's been enlarged? And then made with leather? Looks like it might have been. Forge a new blade. Oh, okay, so now there's a grind feature. Which is interesting. Now there's nothing that kind of dictates how long or short or anything is. You can make it out of steel, blued steel, Damascus steel. Although I think typically Damascus goes the other way. Damascus steel 2. Brass, gold, silver, bronze, copper, chromium. Rust, dark rust, green rust, dragon blood steel, which is kind of cool. Burnished steel, cow leather on wood. A couple different versions of that. Ribbed lamb leather on wood. Whoa. Snake scales. Wood, ash wood, fine wood, light wood, dark wood. Wire wrap gold, hemp rope, clay. Apparently you can make it out of clay, or obsidian, or ivory, ice, enchanted hot steel, enchanted colors in general. Start with steel. Let's see what it turns out to be. All turned around now. That's fine, I guess. I desperately want to make this katana. And why does it already have edges? Hang on. Now what's this all about? Be able to see a cross section, thank you. It's alright, I guess. Delete that. Change width. I just want it to be a little wider. Probably how we can get away with doing stuff like making a one-sided blade a little more effectively. Maybe. Happens if we only grind this much.
it just cuts it out. Okay. Interesting.
We don't really need to do that, so we're not gonna. Put some cross section into this thing. And some curvature. Looks good. See what some of these other ones do now. Side folders. What do those do? That's kind of interesting. Depth, width, offset. I don't know. As opposed to regular color. Interesting. Ditch those two. Flamboyance. Ooh, look at that. Ooh. Isn't that neat? Okay, it's only right that there's some kind of a point on this thing. But let's see if it gives us some more options. Yeah, something like that, I guess. It's almost like you really need to be able to control the other side of that too. But hey, good enough for me. And it really doesn't take much of a hilt. We can actually like downsize this. Maybe just like that. Something like that, I guess. Ooh, that's cool. So now we can put like a full handle on this. Downsize it, makes sense. No, we're probably just gonna make it out of. What if I can find it? Fine wood. Sure, ash wood.
And we have a leather wrap, which is kind of cool. Be a little better if it just snapped into place. More like a skin. But now I feel the need okay, something like that.